Whew, alrighty. Hello everybody. Welcome back. Man, I'm just having the worst of luck with this with the health thing. It's like, damn, one thing after another, because now I got a cold. That's lovely. But you know, the death train keeps on rolling, so the fun times are still here. Um I figured today's a new day. It's 10. Let's do something. Let's do an experiment. So, if I'm gonna have a bunch of these locations where the player can get into these buildings, all of them have to be elevated. All of them. And all of them need to have the same sort of foundation that I did in, yeah, like this one. You see the foundation is sloped. So, because these locations are randomly placed, the foundation has to account for, the thing being on the slope or, on the hill. And the players have to have a way of getting up to the location no matter where this might spawn. So I had to make a custom slope for this. And I think having to make like a fresh one, like I made one for this one. I made one for the dorm. Having to make a fresh one for each and every single bunker chunk might be, I know, might be a bit much. So what I'm thinking is let's do an experiment. Let's make a modular prefab based. Why is there a big block of black on my screen? Go away. That's the webcam for Sublunar's dev. Not today, boy. Stay out. Right. So what I'm thinking of doing is let's see about making some sort of a modular foundation kit, which is basically like corner, straight piece, um, inner corner, straight piece, and then see if we can get it to mesh together, so to speak. So, I have no idea how I'm gonna pull that off. This would be kind of a first. Well, okay, well, bye-bye. Okay. So the idea is that we have a grid, and then we're basically making like a tile map. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. So 2 blocks for the side. Okay. Think I might have an idea. Let's do absolute grid. And then we're gonna do something like this. Perfect. And then we need to turn all of these side ones into some sort of a sloped surface. Mm-hmm. And then the middle one just stays the way it is. Okay, and I'm just kind of conversing with a gentleman who's might be doing sound effects for the Arteg Rise project. So that's gonna be fun. Okay, so we have a grid map here. So, I suppose we just go balls deep into it, and then see if we can get this up and running. Dino Topo. Oh yeah. Technically we can only do this in this mode. Hmm. We can only at sculpting mode. We can only enter sculpting view for one. Okay. Fair enough. Hmm. Okay. I need to figure out what would be the most appropriate way to do this. I could technically, instead of having these multiple chunks, I could join them all together. Like this, including the middle. Then mesh merge by distance so that all the vertices are actually connected together. And then I need to make a duplicate out of this because I'm gonna use the duplicate as a cutting board. So I'm gonna delete faces only. There we go. So all I'm left are basically kind of like this check tic-tac-toe grid. Only faces? No, I just need to delete the edges. Nice. Okay. So what I think I can do here, subdivide this. I need to keep the external, I need to keep these vertices from being modifiable. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. And then we're gonna invert. I'm gonna add this to a node group or vertex group. We're gonna call this sculptable slope. Assign. So now only these vertices are part of it. So now if I keep subdividing, I think, yeah, there we go. Malware. Yeah, good day, new face. With the angry poo face emoji, no less. Okay, so I need to sculpt a slope into only these vertices. I need to make sure... I need to make sure the slope doesn't affect the centerpiece because that's the grid map element for the center. Okay. Let's try this. Let's go into sculpt mode. Right. There we go. And right now, sculpt mode allows us to edit everything. We don't want that. We want only... what programming language in Godot? GGScript, the in-house scripting language. Okay, can I do a mask based on vertex groups? Actually, I can do face sets. So they're selected. And then I do face set from edit mode selection. Yeah, there we go. Ah, but that's not it. I need mask, isn't it? Mask from edit mode selection. Do we have that? Hmm. Okay. Sculpt mode. Do I have to like select the mask? Box mask. Okay, it's definitely here. I've seen it. Lasso mask, clear mask. No, not fill mask. Okay. Let's look this up. Blender. Sculpt mask from edit mode selection. Making filters the edit mode. Mask selected faces. Yes. That is what I want. It's taking forever. Mask in edit mode. Sculpting textures, select. Huh. Fill mask. Hide all except face sets. Okay. I suppose we could. Face set from edit mode selection. And then, what is it? Hide all. Hmm. Okay, that's a little weird. Face set from edit mode selection. Hide all except for face set. Fill mask. Removes face sets. Fill mask. Oh. Remove face. Relax face sets. Okay. No, this is from 2022. This is fairly recent. What the heck? Making sculpting mask from an edit mode selection. That's 2023 too. I could have sworn I remember there was an approach to it. Okay. Distant. Good day. Good day indeed. Mesh hide. Do we have to, like, hide it here? Ah, okay. Okay, so that's kind of helpful. We can just hide these ones. And then I believe that should... Nope. That does not do shit. Vishal, good day. Okay. BPY OPS sculpt mode toggle. Mask flood fill. Ah, okay. I see what they're doing. So they're basically like, okay. Get rid of this. Okay. So they're basically saying select this, hide it. Oh, can we get rid of this? Face sets. Need to get rid of face sets. I don't think they're gonna hurt anybody. Mask, fill mask. Right. And then when we do Alt H, the center is the only thing that we can mark. I need to invert mask. Really? Invert visible. Nope. Invert mask. Control I. There we go. Okay. It still has these... Ronok, good day. Welcome back. It still has these faces visible. And I don't want those faces to be visible. Okay. I'd like to get rid of the face set entirely. Sculpt face sets. Hmm. Have you heard the show Hazbin Hotel? I've seen the pilot that came out a few years ago, and I suppose they got picked up by what is it? So it's in, hold on. It's in edit mode. Mask selection. But there's no mask selection here. There's an edit mode, I suppose, but there's no mask here. Okay, hold on. I need to get rid of the face sets first. Let's figure this out first. Invert visible face sets and beautiful. Okay. Hello. The artist has landed. Okay, one sec. I'm just gonna deselect this. All right, Google time. Clear existing face sets. Okay, that's not a menu. Remove face sets. Okay. Hide all except face. Remove face sets. Fill mask. Okay. And then remove face sets. I have no flippin' idea. It's not even a menu. Load. Okay. Face sets from visible. Turn everything into one single face set. Oh, okay, I see how it is. There we go. Okay, cool. And now we go here. So there always has to be at least one face set, basically. All right. So I'm gonna do, I think I have to do invert this. Cool. Maybe I can shrink this by a little bit. And then we go back here, mask. Hide this. Fill mask or mask. Invert mask. Yeah. And then there we go. Nice. There we go. That's what we're looking to do. Beautiful. Cool. So on that note, enable dynamic topology. I think I'm gonna actually give myself a bit of a head start. Oh, I did too much. Mm-hmm. That's the idea. Nice. And I suppose we gotta redo the whole mask thing. Yep. So, hide. And then we go to sculpt. Whoops. Ah, right. This shit again. We know how to deal with you. From visible. Nice. And then hide this. Yeah. Sculpt mode. Fill. Invert. And I think that's it. Yeah. Nice. Mask by boundary in the brush settings. Could also be the case. I ended up getting there, thankfully. All right. So let's take a look at what we have here. Maybe we should have excluded the outer edge as well. All right, give me this. What is that? Clay? Clay. Excuse me. Okay. I need to erode, which I think the only way we can do erosion is with a texture. And I don't think Blender comes with any masks, textures. Let's see. Is it texture or is it... I think it might be texture. Well, can I generate one that is a cloud? Yep, nice. Okay, except good day. Good day indeed. Okay, let's make a new one. Call this distortion clouds. Let's mess around with contrast. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. Except it's a little it's a little low poly. Excuse me. 6. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Almost. I think we need to increase the resolution. Just a touch. Yeah, nice. Let's bring up the contrast. Has been. Oh yeah, I mean the first episode was pretty cool. Nice texture. It's all Blender, baby. Nice noise generator. Okay, let's see what else we can do here. Maybe we can do a different type of noise. Clouds. Magic. Nice. Hey, you can use this for pores. Noise. Ooh, nice. Man, that's awesome. What do we have here? Baroni. Hey. Oh, this could work actually for chunks of concrete. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Scale it down just a touch. Okay. Now, the only thing is, the whole purpose of this is to give the player the ability to climb up this thing. So it needs to provide a viable slope. Okay. And right now, I think that is not quite what it's doing. Let me try this. I'm going to select this set. Ease up. All right. It's looking pretty good. Get back to sculpt. Let's get these edges under control. Man, this is awesome. Okay, so now that we have this set up, I'm going to... I got to do something about this edge. Or do I? Maybe not. Will you make a low poly? Of course I'm going to make a low poly. What are you, nuts? 25,000 vertices. Damn. That would suck. Hey. Nice. Yeah, the Veroni texture really helps bring out that destruction. Cool. Okay. So with that done, we are going to... I'm going to duplicate this, hide it. I'm going to save this, by the way. Assets. Foundation kit. Okay, so... Foundation high poly. Shade smooth. Cool. Let's get decimate. Nope, that's not where we do decimate. Beautiful. Yeah, that's pretty good. Down to basically 1,000 vertices. Okay, I'm not sure what's happening there, though. Oh, lots of stuff is happening there. That's what's happening. Okay. Sure. I think we need to deal with that. We got slide relax. Maybe not. You can detail flood fill. First time hearing what that is. Actually, hold on a sec. I know what the solution for this is. Beautiful. I love it. Just like Mama used to make. Yeah, I guess we can't really use this. Hmm. Okay. Um. Hmm. I'm explicitly trying to keep these safe. Actually, hold on a sec. Why don't we just do this? Well, I'll tell you why we don't do this. We don't do this because it doesn't work. It's doing something along the edges right now. Oh, right. It's only doing it on the selections. Whoops. Actually, hold on a sec. Isn't that exactly what we need? It's perfect. Just make a selection here. Nice. Almost. Might have to do it in wireframe mode since it wants to be a bitch. And not select everything. Alright. And then we reduce this. Yeah. Okay. Just a couple of places where it needs a helping hand. Or two. Okay, sure. Doesn't want to do that. Let's snap it to vertices then. Ooh, don't do that, please. Ah, there we go. Sure. Nice. Just as fine of a solution. Yeesh. Okay, now we don't have to do it for the whole thing. Just the set select faces where it's presenting a problem. Uh, I just did with topology, and it let's just leave it at that. Read topology doesn't really work when you have a giant gaping hole at the bottom. Okay. Nice. That's fine. It's a little bit of manual work, but can't really automate everything. Cool. Listen to your rants about your future for an hour. 1 hour. Oh God, that's an old one. Also, hello. Whew. Or unless you're talking about the whole housing market in Canada. Yeah, that shit sucks, man. I just want to do game dev, man. I just want to do game dev, and I don't want to be in debt. Fuck that shit. Okay, cool. Now, I think we can leave it as that. We can now decimate. Actually, this is now the correct high poly, so I need to do this. Hmm. Man, decimate modifier really needs to figure out averaging or smoothing for some vertices. How's life now? Hasn't changed. Still working up to buy a nice chunk of land. Kind of eyeing Alberta, to be honest, considering that the taxes are the lowest there. Come to Turkey, be my guest. Well, I mean, I got potential places in Europe I can go to. Everything is cheap here, yeah. I gotta be honest, the only thing that's keeping me in Canada are my friends. All whopping two of them. That's about it. Uh, okay, so we're down to 2000 verts. I think this looks okay. Okay, save for a couple of sketchy points. Hmm. All right, that should be fine. Apply. Now we gotta fix a couple of these. All right. I think that should be fine. So now that we have this, we need to separate this thing. And that's exactly what this grid is for. So we can do SY, scale that up so it's outside the boundaries. SX. There we go. Go to the edit mode of this object. And then select this, mesh, knife project. And now we should have, well, all we have are just a bunch of additional edges. Although, there we go. I mean, would be nice if it selected those edges for me. cut through. Yes. Cool. I suppose we can just select them. No big a deal. Okay. Let's try this. What if I just use knife tool? Yeah, that's not gonna be good. All right. You know what? I need to not be a bitch and just do it. Knife project. Good. Cool. So we're gonna mark seam. Whoops, that is not the tool I wanted to use. And almost. Mark seam. Alrighty, so if I do this by seams, there we go. Separate. Okay. L, Y. L, Y. Okay. That should give me a grid map. That's right, modular foundation. See if I can get this thing set up faster so I don't have to do custom foundations for every single building. Okay, so let's do just here. Whoop. And then separate by loose parts. Alrighty. Ah, damn it. Nice. Okay. Foundation center. Technically, this would be top. Mm-hmm. And this one here is center. Nice. Okay. Now that's the default cube, which means this foundation is going to be kind of small. So we're going to scale it to twice the size. Apply scale just for good measure. Maybe. Okay. Good. How are you going to deal with the edges? We'll see. We'll see how the edges look in the first place. Okay. Perfect. So let's get the stuff exported. So thankfully, I should be able to use the plugin. Okay, we scaled it up to twice the size, and yet it doesn't seem to have... Oh, no, twice the dimension, 8 meters by 8 meters. Okay. That should do it. We may or may not have to use corners. Maybe. Let me double check something. So, plane axis. Okay. And then we'll do x by 2 by 4 by 8. Okay, that's the center. And then duplicate gx by -8. That's the center for that one. And then duplicate gy by 8. And then duplicate gy by -16. So these are the centers for all these components, since we're sticking to the 8 meters grid. Okay, so set origin to geometry. Okay. Yeah, so that's not quite in center. Can I do... I suppose I need to do this. Origin 3D cursor. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to keep them in the center. Mm-hmm. Okay, everything should have a proper center point now. Cool. And now I'm going to hide all these empties. Centers. And now we could just use the batch export to export it individually to the necessary locations. Set location. Nope, don't need that. Set rotation. No. Or what does this do? Doesn't tell. Okay. We'll see how the centers are. It's either has to be checked or not checked. This is going to be OBJs. Apply modifiers. None to be applied. Objects. Limit to visible. Nice. Okay. So this is going to go to engine, models, locations, and then foundations kit. Twelve items exported. Okay. Oh, it exported the cube and everything. What the heck? Okay, let's see. Uh-huh. So you can see the center wasn't preserved. So let's try that again. Set location. Oh, well, wait a minute. Limit to, I guess, selected. These things aren't visible, you liar. Yeah, there we go. Whoops, that's more like it. Nice. Now, can we create a simplified convex collision shape? Not great. Guess I might have to try to work with triplanar collisions. Maybe. Seems a little much, but okay. Objects, locations, foundation kit. Write dash call at the end of the object name doesn't work for OBJ files. Unless I import OBJs as scenes, which I don't want to. Yeah, this is top left. Foundation bottom. Okay. I'm just gonna steam train this. 3D scene, bottom left. If I hold control, it snaps to the origin. Bottom right. Center. Mm-hmm. How do you get Node 3D to have the name when you first add it? It doesn't. I'm just renaming it. This dude's on the has-been hotel hunch. I don't have a problem, you do. I can quit whenever I want. Okay. Static body. Maybe we should have started with a static body, to be honest. Hmm. Hey. All right, let's see here. So we've got all these walls. This is where the floor starts. This is a test for a location. I'm sure I'm gonna use it for something just because the shape looks kind of interesting. But yeah, some sort of a ruinous location for the player to explore. Okay, so we have this whole thing. Let's give it a shot. So we've got foundation. Now we could technically have set it up as a grid map, but I don't have a lot of pleasant experiences with grid maps. Hey, well, hello. That looks interesting. Let's set the snap. Nice. Alrighty. I'm gonna take everything here, put it into a spatial for temporary sake. Take that spatial, drop it down, so we can see the foundation first. Okay, now the foundation piece that we've set up is only really good for exterior corners, not interior corners. We might have to look into making interior corners. But let's do this first. Okay. It's cool and all. Gonna have to use triplanar mapping for this. Ah, we got these seams to worry about. Interesting. I suppose we could... No such thing as tile maps in 3D. There's grid maps, but, yeah. The repeated pattern definitely isn't a thing that we can do. Well, I mean, it'd be kind of a big commitment. Would have to take the seams, expand them sideways. The seams have to either always match, or we can expand them to clip into one another and just use that. But then they'll just very obviously clip into one another. So, yeah, you know what? Not worth it. Not worth it. It's an experiment. We did it. We found out. Not worth it. We're scraping this. Yep. Okay. So I'm just gonna do this. I believe we can't just like copy paste images into an image reference. Been here for 1 hour just to watch. Well, you can't really have a win on everything. We've learned something. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Although curious that it has that in the memory. Okay, I'm just gonna save the image. I don't think we can export. File, scene, convert to, tile set. Yeah, we don't need that. Yeah, that's not a thing. Now, I would still like to have some sort of a solution to not having to do a custom foundation for everything. So here's what I think we can do. We can make a series of small foundations of different sizes. Okay, so we can do this, which would be a four tile. And then we can do then we can do 8 by 8. And then we're also gonna do 16 by 16. And we'll just overlap them on the inside. Cool. Okay. Now, maybe even we need to scale this up. Okay. This is 8 by 8. Okay. So, how are we going to go about this? We can enable grid, absolute grid. That doesn't look like absolute grid to me. Any tutorial? I haven't watched a Godot tutorial in many years. So anything, I'm kind of self-propelled at this point. If I need to learn about something, I just look at the documentation of a node and I can kind of work out how it works. But you got to get to that point first, I suppose. Let's do this. I'm going to bring this to the nearest grid dimension. Like that. Okay, so this is Foundation Kit 2, or Foundation Prefabs. Let's call it that. Assets, models, locations, yes. Okay. Let me double check the sizes of these things in the engine. This is going to go not assets, engine, models, locations, foundation prefabs. Okay, that's fine. And then export. All right, let's see how big these things are. So 16 by 16, that big. Okay, 8 by 8, that big. So you know what? It has to be 8 by 8, but then it has to expand by another little bit. So 8 by 8 is the base tile, and it has to expand by at least twice as much. So that means if this is 8 by 8, we need to extrude edges to something like this. Can we do scale 2? No. Scale 2.5. Hey, there we go. That seems right, except now there's some overlapping faces there. Are there? Hold on. Nope. We're good. We're good. This guy. We need to do the same thing. Let's check it out. Aye. Sounds good, man. I just need to deal with some necessary stuff. S 2.5. It doesn't really have to be 2.5. I think it just needs to be approximate. You know, we're not actually making anything grid aligned. So that's fine. And then that's the 32 piece one. Vertex. This is going to be extrude edges. And we'll just extrude them like that. Cool. Yeah, okay. So we go in here. And then in all three of these cases, I've got to drop down. Whoa, maybe not three of these cases. Okay. Drop this down here. Cool. So now we have 3 platforms. Let me just export this. Okay. It didn't update it. Oh, wait. Why is it Jill B? Hey. You sack of shit. That's not what I want. I want good old plain OBJs. There we go. Okay, so 32 is this big. Which would be good for kind of like a generic foundation. 16 is this big. And then 8 is this big. Which, you know, it is what it is. Okay, cool. So let's scale this down. Let's go to sculpt mode. And then we're going to enable dynamic topology. I don't know if this foundation really needs to be this big, but it is what it is. Okay, let's give us a texture right away. This is going to be a Veroni texture, and then go to the textures of the brush. Oh, yeah. Nice. Beautiful. Scaling might have to be adjusted. What's curious is that the texture is set in such a way where the tiling always goes in the same location. Okay, now this is supposed to be sloped so that the player can actually get up this thing. Cool. Grid type thingy, it's called a grid map. You can definitely make one, but it's a big commitment. That's why I'm not doing it. Not for this project at least. It's looking good. So far, it's working out. I think the slope might be a bit much for the player though. Maybe. We'll have to see. Ah, nice. The brush texture is also camera distance based. So that's good. Just make your game. Yeah, honestly, that's like the best advice. Just go for it. Just make it. Best way to learn. Actually, hold on. Maybe that's what I should be doing. Maybe I should be intruding the shape. Right? Let's try this. So intruding the shape, but by inverting the colors. Can I do negative? Nope. Hmm. Can we flip this? Invert it, basically. Maybe not. Hmm. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that's fine as the first piece of foundation. This is all ripped out concrete anyways. So we're making prefabs now. Let's get it out of here. Flip this guy on. Sculpt mode. There we go. All right, let's ooh, easy. Not what I wanted to do. Cool. Lucky his life, gotta go. I'll see who's your favorite. Tell him I said hi. Also tell him thanks for dropping on my stream last night or whenever that was. Okay, cool. We technically could have other textures. Oh, this only takes one. Well, that's a bummer. Hmm. Alrighty. Oh man, the tiled texture is super, super handy. Just allows you to make these large swaths of detail maps. Very quite cool. Mm-hmm. Okay, this should be pretty climbable. Nice. What are we creating? We're creating some foundations that I can reuse across multiple locations without having to craft a new one for each and every piece. What's the gameplay for this game? Survive the night in the middle of the swamp, craft weapons and deterrents until the sunrise. Preferably co-op. And then optionally scout around to unlock a story. Cool. All right. Let's see if we can laze out on this one and just do decimate. Honestly, I just need something, somewhat of a placeholder. Just something to get up and running. Wow, that looks awesome, actually. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 2,000 verts. That might be a problem. Might have to make like a simplified collision for this. Okay. Okay, this is a 1,000 vertices. I suppose we can probably push it further here. Most of the detail will come from the texture. When I make textures baked into the mesh to bring the poly count down. That's the idea. We just haven't gotten to that point yet. Everybody's an expert. Okay. Yeah, this looks like ass. Huh. Interesting. 1000 verts for this one. There we go. Just heard somebody else say it. That's fine. Okay, so yeah. I mean, right now we can see nothing but all these artifacts. Once we actually do have a texture on this, baked high definition detail onto the low poly map, then I suppose it'll make more sense. Okay, let's just shade smooth. That's fine. This one looks cool though. I'll keep it this way. All right, so let's save and export. And I think apply modifiers is already a thing. Yup. What? Yes, OBJs. All right. I'm not sure why it still says 8x8001. Save, export. Bam. Okay. So I reckon for something like this, we could overlap these things, rotate them if we need to get some more variation. And get an 8x8 piece in here. Okay, there will be some dips on the ground, but that's actually it's actually a bonus. Just doing a quick test. Yeah, you know what? This is way better than the grid map. Damn. Nice. This also happens to be the same exact approach that Fallout 3 developers used to create caves. It's just big rocks. They just took really big rocks and then moved them around and whatnot. Tried adding some useful links to the resources. Discord is barren. I mean, a lot of the time, a lot of the people in Discord are developers and they got their own projects and plenty of other work to do. So I don't really mind. It's okay. It is what it is. Okay. 16 by 16. I haven't actually used the 32 by 32 in this one. 16 by 16 has been more than enough. Yeah, you know what? This actually works. That is fascinating. So we can build out this thing to have, half collapsed walls, all that good jazz. And have a pit right in the middle of it. Nice. Cool. Oh man, this is way better than grid maps. Nice. Ooh, come on. Oh yeah, that's right. That's the parent of everything. We could hypothetically do something like this. Grab a 32, use it as a base. And then pad out all the edges with various pieces. We can also create long ones, so we can make circular ones, triangular ones, just to account for various locations, and we can also rotate. That is perfect. Yeah, there we go. Okay, but these things are non-collidable, and that's kind of the most important thing I need to take a look at. Close all the tabs. Save. I guess the grid map is still there. That's fine. Okay, I want to see how the collisions are going to fare. We're going to start with a static body. This might end up being total hell in my past experience with large complex collisions. Alright, this is not foundation kit. This is foundation prefabs. Alright, and just gonna load up this. Sure, it's super stretched, but that's not the problem at the moment. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna lift this up. There we go. Let's go with one big 32 piece. Prefabs. Bitch, please. I used the term prefabs when I was working on FPS Creator. Look at this scrub lord thinking FPS, thinking Unity owns the the terminology. Good old FPS Creator. Dark Basic Studio. Okay. There we go. I guess that should be fine. Hey, that's interesting. Can create multi-level floors. Nice. Does better anime AI means more scary? Um, to be honest, I would say yeah. The AI in the forest, the cannibals, have this unpredictability to them. You don't really know what they're about to do, and the developers explicitly try to keep it vague and not explain what they do. They just kind of run around, but they could attack. If you run at them, they don't just like immediately attack. They could back up and run away. Um, and then somebody else is gonna run up behind you and just clock you in the face. So it definitely makes it more interesting. Nice. Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to take this. I'm going to sink it in the ground. Mm-hmm. And then we have this thing still. It's pretty good. Greetings. Hey, Steven. Have you played Evil Within? I have not, but I do have both of them, I think. It's on my, to play list, which who knows. I think next time I'm going to get burnt out, I'm going to play through that. Cool. All right. So we have this. Let's go to the level. Oh yeah, Dimitar actually put together a model of a sledgehammer in the last one yesterday when I mentioned that I made the makeshift sledgehammer. And I want to give the players the ability to find better tools out in the, out and about. So what I'm going to do is some of the tools that the player can make themselves, they can find alternatives like the makeshift sledgehammer has a real sledgehammer that you can find in the level. Now, you can't craft a proper sledgehammer, but you can find it, and it does have more hits in it. Cool. Hmm. Maybe this thing could be substituted for a smaller one. Oh, that is the 16-piece one. Okay. Yeah, rotating these things does help to break apart the monotony. That's cool. Cool. Nice collapse animation. Yeah, I gotta say, that little script is gonna be used a lot. I know that it's nothing new from the perspective of industry, that pre-baked animations and collapsing stuff is nothing new, but damn, dude, it's new to me. That honestly looks pretty freaking rad. Some round toss might also help. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see. Let's see how terrible the collisions are. Oh yeah, we've added some stuff here. Nice. Okay. Yeah, some of the... Oh, well, where's my roof? Well, it doesn't bug out. In the prototype sandbox of Atomicon, I had an issue where I had this road sign model, and then anytime the player would touch it, the frames would just take a dump. And I think it's because the collisions were just being calculated too much. Yeah, it's looking good. You can't even tell that it's rectangular, to be honest. That's pretty awesome. And then of course we've got nice. Got all these prefabs. Okay, so what do? Give ourselves the sledge. Yeah. Wind up. Bam. Cool. Nice. And of course, we can kind of tell that there's a perfect straight edge here, but once we get props and everything else, I think it's gonna break up the monotony. Good. All right. As a matter of fact, this chunk right here causes more collision performance issues than anything else around here. Okay. Alright. That's fine. Cool. Alright, so that gives us a nice foundation set, so I don't have to keep making new foundations for every location. I'm thinking some sort of a roof. Concrete prefab might be nice as well, because I'm kind of just using walls rotated by 90 degrees here. These are, after all, basically giant chunks of concrete ripped out and scattered all over the swamp. So, why don't we do this? So we know that we got a proper sledge. I'm just gonna quickly pull. Push to origin, and let's switch to Dreadtail escape. Yes, I need to pull. Oh geez. Okay, I've got a lot. I've got a lot to push. You can't see it. Okay. Okay, let's take it a moment. So we've got the Sledgehammer Industrial. There it is. Beautiful, beautiful work by Dimitar. Oh, nice. He even got the rings. Nice. That is perfect. Okay, it's upside down though, but that's fine. Sledgehammer Industrial. So this is an item. All right, let's give it a rigid body. Make that the scene root. And then the sledgehammer. Knowing how janky animations can be in Godot, we're gonna have to prepare for it right away. So we're gonna do spatial. So first of all, we know the spatial's right here. There we go. We're going to attach this. So we have two spatials for controlling various axes of animation. I wish I didn't have to do this, but unfortunately we have things like gimbal lock issues when we're animating in the animation player, so the only way to deal with it is to animate separate nodes. But that's fine. There's only like a handful of animations here. So, Sledgehammer Industrial. Save it up. Next. It needs to borrow the node groups. Grabbable, storable. Nice. We don't have an icon for it. Looks good, indeed. Oh, hush now. Phone. Don't do this. Let's attach collision shape. It's going to be a simple one. Okay, this is just for world collisions. Also, when we craft the makeshift sledgehammer, we might have to deal with making the spawn orientation a little bit different because it starts clipping through the crafting table. Like that you say out loud your thoughts. I am not just streaming this for the sake of streaming it. All the projects that I work on are recorded, and I try to comment on anything that I do. So the videos for it end up on my website, theconceptbay.net, where you can kind of like observe how the games are made. So it helps when I comment on what the thought process is. I think I've gotten used to that by this point. Okay, we got the sledgehammer. We need an animation player. Okay. Now, this sledgehammer is really no different from the other sledgehammer. So, I suppose it can also use the same script as the makeshift sledgehammer, but the makeshift sledgehammer doesn't have the same... Yeah, okay. It doesn't have the same arrangement. Same node arrangement. Although it doesn't have to. Okay, so we're going to go scripts. This would be props, I guess, items. Okay. So this script is dependent on animation player having a takeout animation, attack wind up, and attack execute. And I believe literally nothing else here is dependent on, well, there being anything of specific node structure or hierarchy. So let's do takeout. New animation, takeout. Okay. Now let's set up a key pose first. Where do I want the sledgehammer to be when it's already taken out? So I'm likely just going to be working with this, and it doesn't have to, the collision shapes don't have to follow. The collision shapes here are only for when the item is out in the world. I'm going to be working in local axis, and yeah, okay, let's see what that looks like. Place it here, Oh yeah, you know what? Before we do that, I need to place a reset frame, which is the frame that the object will go back to, or the reset animation, this one. So it's basically the pose that you will go back to every time you compile the project. Now that we have that set, we can arrange some sort of a idle pose. I guess a takeout. There we go. Cool. And I think that's basically just about all there is to it. All we gotta do is go to the master node. We can define the new item. Duplicate item data. Let's just call it sledgehammer. The scene. Do we save it? Yes. Makeshift. So this is the regular one. Preferably lower cases. Icon, I suppose, can stay the same. And nothing else is vital here. All right. I think that's it. Also, Antoine attempted to add an item in his scene, but that caused a Git conflict when I was pulling my changes. And I had done a lot of work in the master node. So I'm going to have to pop in there and see what crashes the game and see if we can get it to add the whatever items he was trying to add to the item database. Right. One thing that we need to actually provide is the item key. That is important. And while we're here, might as well supply the meshes that it needs to switch to a different viewport when we're holding the item in FPS. Will there be the live stream? Yeah, the live streams are available for a little while, like a week or a couple of weeks or so, and then they move to the website. Hey, that don't look right. Jeez. Okay. Right. The forward axis isn't the forward axis. Like I'm about to bash my skull in. And that answers my questions. I'll do it. Okay, hold on a sec. So takeout. What's happening here? Why was it sideways? That's the... oh, right. Hold on a second. We're not... This isn't the project where we realize what the forward axis is it? Hold on. I also wanted to see if I can do some special effects for the sledgehammer bashing, like dirt particles getting stuck to your face. No, we did actually do -Z as the forward axis, so this should be good. So that would be this way, and that's the reason why it's facing the wrong way. Alright, so we're animating this. 90 degrees. Yep. Alright, let's try this. Is that spring-armed on the front? I say that again. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay. You there. Yes, you. Come here. Okay, so... that's a little weird. Spring arm node with a sledgehammer. No spring arm node. It's just like a little interpolation script. Billiards time. Okay, let's try this. Easy. Stay. There we go. All right. Yeah, to bring up the items, it's just a little script in the physics process that interpolates when the item is spawned in. I position it just below the camera view, and then interpolates position. Now this one doesn't do that. This one actually, I disabled that feature because I wanted to have a custom animation, because it's got to feel like a heavy thing being taken out, right? So most of the items will be using just the generic takeout. Wait, why does it give me a makeshift sledgehammer? I need this one. Sledgehammer, yes. Okay. What the shit? Okay, hold on a sec. Let's do this. Oh. Dang it. Hold on. I recorded it upside down. Oh, you suck it. The reset animation's messed up too. Yeah, I guess I didn't tell Dimitar about the placing the origin point in the somewhere where the hands would be. No matter. That's fine. Okay. Oh, actually, hold on. We need to reset all these rotations. And then this, I guess it was in the right orientation. Okay, let's take this. Take a screenshot. Take out. Okay. Take out is also the same. All right, let's see if it's just gonna take out normally. Billiards time. Blunder yards time. Imagine playing billiards with sledgehammers and bowling balls. Okay, so first thing we need to fix, it is sideways. That is fine. I understand that. It needs to face that way. Well, actually, hold on. Why don't I just, rotate the actual sledgehammer? Just making my life difficult here. Okay. Now, it's all fine and dandy. It's a little small. It's really small. Okay. Take out. Okay, is this gonna... I think this should put it closer to the camera. We're just gonna do one... Whoops. Didn't save that one. I'm gonna do small movements. Small adjustments. And see what coordinates we're working with. When you use your Blender files in Godot, I export as GLTFs. I know that Godot can open blend files, but I already have a used system. Okay, that does look closer. It also looks less menacing, though. Alright, so that's fine. We're dealing with the key positions. Actually, there we go. Let's bring it closer here. We're down a touch. And then, there we go. Hello, I'm from Russia and would like to ask for advice. I also want to make horror game in my school. In your school? But I don't know how to make a scene. For example, do everything in Blender at once and throw it in Godot or make objects separately. Desks, tables, etc. And then fill the scene, forgive my mistakes. Yeah, I make a lot of stuff individually because, first of all, if you just have one ginormous scene in Blender, I believe there is a limit to how much you can export as a GLTF, because I've had some pretty complex bunker scenes that have a lot of individual components, and when I import into Godot, it's missing like half of them. And I would go to like 80 objects or 100 objects, some like little pieces of concrete here and there. So it's better to create individual, let's say if you have like a cluster of rubble, you can keep that as a cluster of rubble, maybe like 20 or so objects, and export as GLTF. But for this building, this entire chapel is a standalone GLTF. The various bunker chunks, like that thing right there, is a standalone GLTF. And then I just drag and drop them throughout the map. It's better because, first of all, it's much easier to hide stuff when you're far away for culling. And when you're doing level design, I think it's a little bit easier to do it in Godot's level editor than in Blender. Hey, okay. This is looking pretty good. Welcome. Hello, I'm from Russia, and I wonder why you need sledgehammer in the swamp. Well, of course, to defend yourself from Baba Yaga. That bitch has it coming. I'm gonna break those legs. She hasn't paid her mortgage yet. Every time the repossessors come in, she moves her house, just gets up and walks away to a different location. They can never track her down. Welcome to Repossessor Simulator. Okay. We got the takeout. Now, that's just the keyframe. This is just for us to figure out where it is best to position it on the screen. I kind of want it to be a little bit closer and a little bit larger, to be honest. Let's try this. I didn't understand anything, but thanks. Did you actually not understand anything? Be honest now. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I don't want it too close to the screen though. I want it nice and large and menacing. I didn't want it too close to the screen. To the center of the screen, I should say. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, again, it's a fairly small project. It's okay to do it here. Something that I don't get is how do developers handle making animations in Blender or in whatever 3D software they use, like FPS weapon animations, and have them match perfectly within the screen space in the game. I tried matching FPS. It did not work. Maybe there has to be... Oh, man. I'm going to have to figure this out for Automicon for sure. I think maybe the character rig has not just the arms, but also the head. So you have the camera attached to the bone in the head. And this is first-person character still. Hey, that looks pretty menacing. And then when you match the FPS, when the camera matches when you match the FOV in the editor and in the project, it matches the animations as well. I may have answered my own question just now, so yay. Okay. Oh, we got motion. That's not supposed to be there. Is the Ilyusha guy still here? I'm genuinely curious. Okay, now this thing is looking nice and menacing. Okay. So looks good. Indeed. All right, let's see if we can get something with a bit of an angle to it. Oh, that's not it. Actually, yes. That is it. Set up a cam on the head or a bone. Yeah, I think the core problem is synchronizing the camera position in Blender and in the game. God damn, lots of Russians coming in today. Hey, that looks way better. The straight up angle looks kind of boring. Did you make a map of St. Petersburg? It looks like Detroit. Oh god. Okay. So this looks good. Now this is supposed to be the final pose. So I'm gonna try something along the lines of some sort of a takeout animation right now. So let's go like this, and down there. Okay. So it goes up and then down a bit. And then there we go. We'll see. Okay. Right, the whole animation is like a second long, so 3. So the takeout animation is gonna take up a significant amount of time because it's supposed to slow down your weapon choice. And it's supposed to be a deterrent from people like switching to the previous item and then switching to the next one in order to cancel the wind up animation. Is whatever player holds exists a separate scene? Yes. Well, just because it's a separate scene doesn't mean that it's not gonna clip through the walls. You have to disable collisions for that, which I do. Okay, there we go. And it does exist in separate viewports, so it doesn't like physically clip through the walls, if that's what you're talking about. Look at that tiny toothpick sledgehammer. Okay. Cool. It's kind of janky right now, but let's set up the wind up. Okay. I also need an idle. Let's duplicate. An idle is basically just going to be this frame right here. That's all there is to it. Okay. Don't forget to drink water. Man, I think water's the last thing I need right now. I need a shaman to get this demon out of me. God damn. It's one thing after another. Dimitar did a good job. Yeah, dude. Flippin' amazing work. We got takeout. And then we use idle just to snap the hammer to the right location, but let's make a new animation. This is the wind up. Actually, let's use idle because it's already got the frame. Duplicate that. All right. Okay, I have no idea where this is going to end up. We're going to find out in a moment. Oh, man. Look at this gimbal lock bullshit. God damn it. Okay. Fine. This is why we have the second spatial node. Because we're going to animate this sucker to only rotate in this axis. There we go. What? Here I thought it was smart. Okay. Okay, that works. If we do this... Ah, it flips. Okay. Yeah, this is honestly kind of annoying to deal with. Actually, hold on a sec. So we're just gonna do one single axis because I believe these are local axis. X. So none of this stuff. Okay, it's gonna be 180. Maybe it's a bit much. 90. 120. Yes. Okay. And you know what? I'm gonna make it rotate down a bit. Mm-hmm. This is gonna go down. Ooh, easy. I have no idea where these keyframes are. Let's take a look. Hey, you know what? That works. That actually works. And then, of course, when we let go, it's gonna have to play the attack. We will need to copy, execute. There we go. The name of the animation, duplicate, execute. Okay, and then technically this right here is the set of starting frames. Over the course of 0.4 seconds, we're going to have it rotate this way. And then throw it forward. Nice. And then it's going to go down a bit, and then back to... It has to go back to the first frame of the wind up. Now, this is kind of a pain in the butt, to be honest. Getting the these frames copied over. Can I do it? I can copy tracks. Duplicate. Transposed. Okay. This is the annoying part. I don't necessarily technically have to get the poses matched, because we can use blend in the play function to get the poses blended together. I don't need to be there. Okay. Did we copy anything? Copy. Oh. Yeah. It's got to be in the, that's execute, and we go to wind up. This is what we want. Copy. Or technically idle, which should be the same. And it is the same. We're going to place a keyframe nonetheless. And then... Aha. Idle doesn't have the frames. The idle frames. So we're going to go idle. Place this. Yup. And then... Technically it's 0, 0, 0. So we go... Execute. And then... Paste. Place a keyframe. Okay. And that should go back to idle. Nice. Let's take a look. I'm going to try to keep the animations not be full of jank. Even though they're just placeholders, more or less. Okay, so we get the wind up. And then, bam. Jank is what sells it. Nice. Okay. So that looks good. Let's go to execute. So I need to do something here. This is the frame. We're going to make it mirror or balanced. Maybe mirrored. Yeah. Okay. So very rapid attack. Okay. Sure. And then I also need to do something about the translation on the up and down axis. Mm-hmm. Can't wait for Colt to make the sound effects for this one. Just gonna be this giant blunderbuss sounding. Just a big swoosh. Little knockback after impact. That and also the camera. Okay. No, that's a little weak. Yeah, that's a little weak. Let's keep pushing it. Looks good from the side, not so much from their perspective. Look at that weakling. That's really, really strong. Yeah, there we go. Maybe you have it twist a little bit. I think it would be on the, well, we don't have that axis here. Actually, no. You know what? I shouldn't have deleted the tracks. Rotation degrees X. Let's do basic curve. Rotation degrees. Yes. It gave me... There we go. So keep that there. Don't need this frame. Don't need this either. And it's just the Z-axis that I'd like to adjust. So just give me like a little bit of a... Oh, no, that's not it. A little bit of a twist. Can we do that? Ow. I think that screwed up the orientation. Okay, let's see what this looks like first. You should not have slowed down before impact. Yeah, there you go. I think that works. It's even beefier than the makeshift one. If your wind up is long. Yes. Yeah, that works. And then we got the makeshift one. Okay, that's cool. I think we can maybe come back to the makeshift for a sec and deal with the execute having like this janky point. Yeah, it's like, whoa. You know what? 2 seconds. Okay, so we got the restitution. It's got like 2 motions here. It's not really supposed to slow down. Yeah, there you go. So the flatness in the curve is where it slows down. We don't want it to slow down. We also don't want it to be very steppy. So we gotta smooth out some of these curves. Technically, we could get rid of some of these frames either. Either way. No flatness. Okay, there's a point where it's like slows down and then goes down again. Is it in rotation maybe? Nope, we don't do much in rotation. There is another rotation track, however, here. This guy. Oh, yes. There it is. Nice. Yeah, okay. I can work with that. I do want it to slow down quite significantly, though. I think the Bezier curves in Godot could use some work. Okay. Aside from that little jiggle, camera on successful hit, definitely gonna be good. Okay, so what makes it go this? It's got to be one of these, isn't it? Yup. All right, let's see what that looks like. We'll keep it in place. Okay. Not a fan of that second motion, but I think I've spent too much time for today on the animations already, so that should be fine. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and place the player start point. next to that building that has the crumbling walls. We could do something about the camera shakes and stuff. What is it? Player def spawn. Mm-hmm. Should swing sideways as opposed to overhead. The one game I can remember a sideways swing is Postal 2. Didn't really look appealing, to be honest. I think Dead Space, not Dead Space, the whatchamacallit. What's the name of it? Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead 2 has a okay. We are missing one thing. We have a function with which we enable damage frames, the actual execution of collisions and damage code, which, in order for us to be able to pull this off, we got to give the sledgehammer an area node. Okay. Glad YouTube recommended channel. Hey, nice. Thank you. Why is that not in the center? Oh, I fucked up. That's fine. Actually, no, that's not fine. My reset is like off. Did I move it at some point? I might have. Okay. I want to develop a Fallout-like game. Where should I start? Start developing. I mean, just start experimenting. Hey, look who's here. It's Dimitar. It was like, oh, I feel the disturbance in the force. You must be making my sledgehammer into the game prop. Yeah. Okay. Let's get body entrance signal. Hey, nice. So it's just connected right away. And all we got to do is we got to do the attack, execute. We're going to do a call method track. And then here, we are going to run what? Where's the attack? What's the name of the function? Damage frames. Yes. Damage frames. Cool. So we set this to this frame. Is going to send one argument to true. And then we're going to call another another case of that frame. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so we'll do somewhere from here to here. Beautiful. Yeah, that's it. Do you think Fallout New Vegas clone big project for one person? It's I honestly entirely think it depends on your skill level. I feel like there might not be a project necessarily too awfully large. Like I would say Grand Theft Auto would be a project too large for one person. Unless you make like a small one. Like Grand Theft Auto Vice City, I think one person could pull off given enough time. Nice. Yeah, it definitely shouldn't be your first project, because I'm going to be working on a Fallout-inspired FPS, and I'm using this project to figure out a lot of the things for it. Hey, Domo, come on, man. I talked a lot about making a certain project. No, it's not an instantaneous thing. You gotta build up skill and build up confidence. Cool. He's a beginner. Yeah, we're all beginners at some point. You know, whatever it takes. How to learn to script. I had a burning desire to make a game, so yeah, that's not very hopeful. I asked. Started from the basics, and then being told to watch some tutorials, and then encountering issues, getting help on the forums and subreddits. How many Slavic people are in here noticing a pattern? Yeah, it's interesting. I guess this is the afternoon right now in Europe. Oh, jeez. Well, that wasn't nice. Okay, cool. So this looks good. Do. Did we freeze? Nope. I'm just checking what's happening. Okay. Let's take a look at some camera effects maybe. Now we have the camera wiggle. We have a camera bob. Where do we use the camera wiggle? Rotation degrees.z, cam process. Oh, you know what? This camera wiggles when we engage a terminal, I think. We control it using... Oh, that's high altitude. Okay. All right. I guess we can mess around with this. We already have the cam wiggle time. Can just reuse that. Let's talk on the x-axis. Yes. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, Dimitar's got it pretty well rounded. Whoops. Okay, I think this is just a very slow wiggle. Let's multiply it by 10. Okay, so now we can actually see it. Okay, cool. We can actually stack additional wiggles to the z-axis by just adding to it. Right here. So we set the initial one, and then we add to it additional ones. So let's do like 150 or 133. We're just gonna get a nice impact wiggle, or I guess explosion wiggle. Maybe it shouldn't be that fast actually. Yeah, this is more like an explosion camera wiggle. Camera shake. Let's go slower. Okay. Even slower. Let's go 70 and 50. Okay. Cool. This could work. This could work. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna multiply this by cam wiggle melee amount. Okay. We're going to declare this variable. Yeah, Domo, the I find it helps to talk about a project. It helps to figure out what it is that you're actually trying to make. Like, there's so many times that I would talk to somebody and explain them the story, and I would realize that there's a couple of places that I literally had ideas that spun out of nowhere just because I would talk about it. So, talking is fine. You know, he's gonna get to doing the project when he gets to it. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we can have a function. Give a function to the player. Where's the best place to place it though? Cam process. Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Func. So melee damage. Hit. Set it to 1.0. Perfect. And let's go to the sledgehammer. We know that the sledgehammer expands from the generic item. and the generic item has a reference to the player. Nice. So we can just do this. Damage, and then player dot melee damage hit. Okay. And I think that's it. Oh, yes. We do need to tone it down afterwards. We need to, like, scale it down. So maybe we should use a tween here. Can I do that? Var t equals tween. Oh, what is that? Create tween. I tend to not like using tweens, especially if you have multiple melee attacks in one. Tween property self. The property is going to be this one, this variable, which has to be a string, I think. Final val 0.0, duration 1.5 seconds, and then set ease out. Nice, beautiful. Cool. See if this works. Oh yeah, Dimitar, I'm currently using the same item icon as my makeshift sledgehammer. When you get a chance, maybe set up an icon in Blender. Just set up like two lights, one on the top left, one on the bottom right, and then make sure that the icon is 128 by 128 pixels rendered. Okay. Didn't really notice that much. I think might wanna increase it. We can actually increase it by just going like 2.0. Sledgehammer looks real good. Yeah, dude. Fantastic work. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's go nuts. Let's go like 8. Yeah, that could work. Maybe we can make it over the course of 2 seconds. Nice. Okay. It's a bit much. 6, but 80 and 60. It's also just like one single sine wave. So you can kind of tell it's just rocking back and forth. Well, missed that one. Not sure why. Hmm. I think it might quite literally just be too far away from it. it'll do for now. I'm sure I'll get a sense of what needs to be done here. Hey, there we go. That's a little bit better. Okay, now I want to try something with the post process. What is this? Glitchy layer group. Oh, yes. This is what we use to make enemies have a glitch on the screen. Cool. Okay. We don't need to worry about that for now. Viewport container. This is for testing. I believe so. Yep. Okay. I'm going to call it dev viewport container. All right, we got a shader. There's the shader. And this shader is using the viewport texture. Yep. Okay, so that's what we use for distortions. Now, I wonder, can we stack these? Let's see here. Full rect. And then let's give it a shader. Give it a visual, I guess. Yeah, I guess visual shader is fine. I need to save this bitch, though, because I already lost the fern shader that I made in Child of Ether. Because it just decided, oh, you know what? I don't feel like keeping track of this anymore. Fuck you, I guess. And then it's just gone. Yeah. Spent some time working on that shader. Materials, yes. Custom materials. Let's do post processing or screen effects. Okay. We're gonna call it dirt for now. It was more than an hour of work. Yeah. I mean, I figured it out, so I can recreate it fairly easily. Just kind of sucks. Speaking of which, I looked at the multi-mesh instance custom data and custom color properties. I don't think there's a way to access that information from the visual shader. In the code shader, you have that instance data or something, the constant that gives you the information about a particular instance custom format. I couldn't find that in here. That was a bit weird. Okay. Let's try input. Not input, no. Whoops, and there goes that. Okay. Texture. I think screen texture is what we want. And then we do texture function. Sampler goes here. Sampler 2D. And then this comes out. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we shouldn't see anything different until we multiply. Oh. Multiply vector. And then we're going to multiply 1, 1, 1, except the green one. Let's do We have a lot of, we don't have a lot of green actually there, so let's do red. 0.2. So that should augment the color. And I don't see anything. Hmm. Does it need UVs? Screen. Hey, we could just use screen. Go away. There we go. All right, let's try this. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, if I multiply all three values, we should just see like a really dark version of the color. Oh, hold on a sec. The shader type has to be set. This is a canvas item. I think so. All right, let's see. And big fat nada. Okay, I'm gonna try this. Let's shrink this down. Okay. There's no transparency here. Do we disable the shader viewport? Or shader canvas layer? Doesn't seem like it. It is visible. All right, let me see if I can just see it. Okay, so we saved this. That's good. Let's just clear it. And I don't see anything. Right. Because if it doesn't have a texture, it can't display anything on top of it. Whoops. Okay, hold on. Can we do a color rect? Yes, we can. So hypothetically, I should be able to do this on the color rect. Because the color rect does have something to show. Okay, shader material. And then quick load. There. And then this is a canvas item. I don't see squat. Okay, we should be able to see this. Let's get clear on that at least. Maybe texture core or yeah, okay. Maybe color rect doesn't have UV space. So it's got to be a texture. And then yeah, we use the Godot we use the Godot icon for this. Dirt. All right. Fair enough. Nice. So we just need some sort of a texture. Make it stretch. Let's do a quick test. If it has a texture, then it has UV coordinates. Nice. Beautiful. So now we go to the material. Shader material. Low. Yes, that's what we need. Okay, now we don't see anything here, but we do know the texture is there. So okay, so let's try the sample port. Well, I mean, it's there. It's showing stuff. It doesn't have to be screen texture, it just has to be UVs. Oh, excuse me. Changed the wrong thing. Screen texture. You have to be just the UVs of this. Okay. And we still don't see it. Curious. It does actually show here. It's a canvas item. Can be a spatial, it's not a 3D object. We did say expand. Let me try this. I mean, we should be seeing the texture actually get rendered on the screen right now. Okay. We've done this here. Texture uniform. That's a separate viewport though. What do we do here? Color, sample port, sample, UVs arrived from UVs here. It's literally the same thing. Okay, sample port. There we go. It shows us the texture here. Clearly it knows what it is. What kind of a material is it? It is a canvas item material. Unshaded. It only takes color and nothing else. Unless it is simply being drawn. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So the post-process effects that we had before don't actually stack. Not by the looks of it. That might be a problem. Yep. So this means that we either get the glitchy effects with the Whaler, or we get the dirt effects. Looks like we might have to handle this all within one single shader. All the post-processing within one shader. Just place this guy here. Red Eye. Hello world. Indeed. Okay, so you see we've got the special effects. We got the glitchiness in the screen. But if we get that, then we don't get the other effects. We don't get the dirt and stuff. So unless we force it to somehow process, color post-processing, basically. Would be kind of nice if you could send the result from one shader to another. Well, actually, hold on. Don't we have a next pass thing? Maybe not in this one. It's not a part of the shader, is it? Yeah. Render priority. Sets the render priority for transparent objects. Yeah, that's not it. The brown color is just there from lighting. Yeah, okay, so it looks like we're gonna have to handle this all within one same shader. Which is, it is what it is. Whoops, I just deleted the wrong one. For screen effects. All right, that's fine. Here's what we're gonna do. Get rid of the whaler. He's annoying enough as it is. Nice. And now there should be next pass there. You can't pass it along the next pass as far as I know. Yeah, that's fine. No big deal. It's a fairly simple shader already. So adding to this shouldn't be too difficult. It's just overlaying a bunch of stuff on top of it. That's fine. We'll work with it. Would be nice, though. Okay. So this is the sample port after the distortions. This one's not even doing anything, actually. So I guess it's just this. All right, cool. What do we want? We want to overlay dirt. We want to overlay dirt. Okay. So we can do a texture. We can generate the noise in here. Screen texture normal. Just texture. Oh yeah, that's not good. Texture uniform. Okay, so dirt noise. This would be color. Do you think about making a Udemy course in the future? I don't really need Udemy. I've got my own website to run things off of. Kind of the whole point. I mean, Udemy provides the infrastructure and the payment processing. And I'm like, okay, well, PayPal for payment processing, infrastructure, Vimeo. Woo. Lots of infrastructure. I mean, they deal like thousands and thousands of users, so they kind of have to do it. What shade are you making? I'm just doing a little like dirt on the screen post process. When we bash something with a sledgehammer successfully. Okay. So I guess we need to have an additive. Oh, that's scalar. There we go. And now that it thinks we're using it, it doesn't think we're using it. Come on. Okay, I'll just send it here. Ah, man, like it unsets the other shader. So I have to do it like this. At least it doesn't clear it. Let's go noise. This is going to be simplex noise. I wonder if they're going to add any additional features. 12, 1080, or 1280 by 720. Okay. Now, we don't want to add the white. We want to multiply. The original goes here. Okay, good. That's a start. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, now that's cool and all, but we need some sort of a dirt, and we're gonna use this as a mask. Okay. Can we round this? Nice. Okay, let's keep it here for now. We need to create an effect that is more biased towards the edges. So, let's make a quick texture. Select everything. Shrink. Invert the selection. There we go. Actually, I think we need to go way more, like 64. Control Shift I. All right. Mm-hmm. We need to invert this afterwards. Okay. Too straight. Or too square, I should say. No, that's not gonna be even. If you do it like this, we could have gotten away with like a 512, 512 type deal. Fill that outside. Could also just use a gradient. Maybe I should do that. Hold on a second. Let's just use a gradient. Find the center, radial, and then we're gonna paint it from here to here, I suppose. Actually, no. It's got to be from center to corner. Because then if it's from center to corner, then there's always transitions no matter where you look. All right, let's get this into Dreadtail. Come on. Engine, textures, and I suppose this would be utility. Screen textures. Okay, this would be gradient to corner. Nice. So we'll go here. And then we need to, I think we need to multiply them together. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So now we need to gradually move them. I think we can do so by giving us a uniform scalar. Color uniform. Maybe. Scalar uniform. Give it a name. So this is dirt amount. I think what we need to do is add these together. And then let's see. Nice. Okay. Now it does go into white. We don't want to go into white. We want it to stop right there. So maybe... Okay. It's really cool. Okay, let's get rid of the white stuff. Can we... Take a look at this. Ooh. Hey, that looks cool. You can make a Mario style screen this way. That's kind of cool. You know, that little transition. Min. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Nice. Actually, as a matter of fact, the thing that might just be the way they did it. Step. Hey. Wow, that's actually exactly what I need, except I need the opposite of it. And I think we can pull that off by quite literally just flipping this. Invert it. And then we'll just replace this with the inverted version. Nice. Yes. Okay, that's good. So you can see we can do this. When we're getting chased, this could also be like some sort of an effect on top of it. Now let's mess around with the scale of the effect. No, this is a shader for when you do a melee attack. It covers the screen in a bit of dirt. Nice. Hmm. Yeah, you can also make it for the freezing effect for sure. All right, I want to see if I can maybe do an alternate shape. So do this, and then scale it up this way. Okay, let's try this. Oh yes, and we need to do the inverted version of it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's say it's a start. Now, this is supposed to be used by this is supposed to be used as a mask. Hmm. Do we have some sort of a dirt texture? There is some dirt texture. Might be able to use this. Okay, so we're not going to be multiplying. Let's just see what it looks like. Hey, that's actually almost perfect. I just need to do one minus on it. Beautiful. So that's going to be the texture, the mask, and then we need to do something here. I think instead of multiply, we'll do add. Am I using old Godot version? Because that's the version I started this project in. Okay. Cool. And I think I just multiply. Sort of. Color. I don't think that's quite right. Yeah. Okay. And the texture is super stretched, so instead of how you working without songs or vibes? Copyright. I don't want to get copyright strikes. Because these aren't really throwaway streams. Ah, okay. So that's not really good. Is Godot 3 good for 3D? Yeah, of course you can make 3D games. Absolutely. Although probably should be using Godot 4 if you're starting a new project. Okay. Here's what I gotta do. I gotta take a break. I'm gonna stop the recording. Dear God, I hope I remember to start it back up. But I'm gonna leave you guys here for a few. I gotta make some coffee and do stuff. So, be right back. Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Recording is started. That's good. Thank you, Stephen. Um, so, where do we leave off? The screen space effect. Right. Okay, so here's the thing. In Blender, there's a really cool node, shader node, that you can use to blend between two elements. Huh. Now, in Godot, I don't think that's a thing. Oh, actually, there is a thing. Hold on. Mix. That might be it. So we're not doing additive. We're just mixing between these two. And then the amount of mix is determined by this. Yes. Except we need to flip them. Beautiful. Okay. Now. I wonder if I can maybe not round the two. Like we have the noise. Okay. Let me try this. This is what we get out of here. Okay. And then this is what we get here. Dirt noise. Seemingly it doesn't want to show up in a preview. Oh, well. Right. If it's not being used, it's not going to be shown. Okay, so there's the noise texture. I wonder if it's possible to just bring the values a little bit closer together, but not round them. What do we have here? I mean, what does it mean? Rounding goes up to 1 if it's above 0.5. And goes to 0 if it's below 0.5. Now we're not looking to round, because that's a either or. We're looking to clamp. Okay. So what does it mean to clamp? Clamp means we raise the lower end and we drop the higher end. Now, there's no such thing as a ramp here. Okay. We could multiply the texture by itself. Let's see. So this goes here. Let's take multiply. It's all grayscale, so we could just use the regular scalar multiply. That's fine. Okay. That kind of works. What happens if we multiply it again by itself? Okay. Yeah. Well, that makes it too even. The gradient doesn't get affected as much. But it's kind of the idea. Hmm. Will you still use Godot 3? Only to finish the current projects that have already been started in Godot 3. Any new projects are in Godot 4. Okay, so this works. That's fine that this works. This isn't really what we want. I think we need to raise the number. White is 1, black is 0. So if we want to reduce the gradient amount, I just want to have a bit of a fade effect here, really. Let's see here. We need blurriness. That's what we need. We need blurriness on that edge. Now, distinctively, to be able to achieve that blurriness, we cannot use round. We just have to use this value directly, but that makes too smooth of a transition. Hmm. Yeah, that's just like a uniform fade. Hmm. Ooh, cool. Not what I need though. Hmm. Using a laptop? Nope, I'm just using a desktop computer. Hmm. Wait a minute. Can I not just multiply it by itself and then use that? That might actually be it. Hold on a sec. Almost. It still acts as like a uniform fade. Okay, what if I multiply it by a rounded version of itself instead? Nah, it's still... Well, now. I guess we can work with it for the time being. Let me just adjust a color uniform. Okay. We're going to add this. Color operator. I think we'll do screen. Oh, it's already screen. And then the result's going to go here. And then dirt color. Okay, screen's not correct. Overlay. And then we can do dirt, darker dirt. Nice. Okay. So screen effects has the dirt amount. We're going to set it to, what is it? Negative 0.5 is the default. Okay, cool. So we're going to go to the code. And then I suppose anytime we have a successful melee damage hit, this doesn't include enemies. We're going to do what? Yes, we need to have screen space effects section here. Okay, this is going to be screen dirt border amount. Negative 0.5. And then anytime a successful hit is executed, we're going to add 0.2 to it. Now that's going to make it instant, though. Okay, we'll talk to screen effects. Talk to the material. And then we can set dirt amount. Yeah, we're going to set it to this amount. I think that should work. If not, then that's just not the right way to talk to the property. Okay, we're going to have to deal with that as well. Interesting. Screen dirt border amount. Okay, let's plus equals 1 here. Let's see what happens. Nothing happens. Do I have to talk to this way? Well. I mean, if we added that much, we should have seen something. So that's curious. Shader param, dirt, AMT. Oh. Hey. Okay. So it works. We don't want it to be instantaneous, though. So let's do this. Amount. We're going to have a target, and we're going to have the actual amount. So this is going to get 0.2. Okay. And then here, we're setting the value. We're going to set the amount has to smooth transition to the target divided by 5. Cool. Well, we missed that one. Okay, so we have the little tidbits all around. I guess that's fine. Let's do 0.4. I'm also going to make it slightly darker. Lots of shake, indeed. Alright. So now we've got some dirt. It still kind of shows through a little bit. So, you know, I wish I could immediately figure out how to do this whole thing. Whoops. Mathematically. But I guess we'll just have to work with the rounding for the time being. Because we can still see partially through the effect. Alright. Hard to see with a color scheme. It's a matter of adjusting. Let's see. It's not, I would say, the final effect. I think I do want to figure out how to do slightly faded edges, because right now the rounding makes it too harsh. This is one of the ways that you can make shaders. Hey, there we go. Yeah, so that's only one of the ways to make shaders. I like this approach because it's kind of quick, and it's very visual, just instant feedback on what's happening. But yeah, I guess what we need to do now is give it a timer, and this is going to be called dirt retract cooldown. Dirt overlay recede. I can't spell recede. Ah, Jesus Christ, come on. R-E-C-E. There we go. And this is going to be 2 seconds long. It's a one-time event, and we don't need to do anything besides start it. No need for a timeout signal. Okay, so we started, and then here, if the node is stopped and the amount target is above negative 0.5, we're going to do minus equals 1 times delta. And I think that should be good. So we're going to subtract this value until it gets below negative 0.5, but only when the timer finishes running its 1 second time, or 2 seconds. Also, I think we can give the sledgehammer slightly larger collision detection. Like this. We did move it back a ways. I also considered doing a raycast check instead of doing the area node. Okay, yeah, so we missed that. But I would say we are close enough to be able to hit it from this. There we go. Okay, cool. So that went away in a hurry. A little bit too fast, I think. Let's do 0.1 times delta. I feel like this should be close enough. Okay. And then there we go. So the effect recedes backwards. That's looking good. Oh man, these rocks looks awesome. Okay, fair enough. What else? So there was something else that I wanted to do for this effect. I can use an animation player in order to overlay a series of textures and then fade them one after another. And then use the seek command to set up how much of each texture or how far along the animation we should see the effect. This does not have pen pressure because P1, yay. Let me save this. Okay, painted. This is what is this? Screen textures. Okay, beautiful. So this is, I think, a pixel art one. We don't want the pixel art one. Okay, so that's layer 1. Okay. Another layer, something a bit different. Splashes. these things are supposed to be pretty blurry from the get-go. Nice. Okay, so let's export this. Screen dirt layers. Okay, beautiful. So now that we have this, switch to the 2D view. Screen effects. Let's give it a texture rect. Actually, let's give it a control node. And then make that control node be the full rect. It's just going to be a way for us to organize this. So dirt splash 1. Stretch it, expand it, full rect. Okay. And this is dirt scattered. That was the first one. Like this. Cool. So, I'm going to give it animation player. And this is going to be dirt progression. Okay. We can't add, of course, animation tracks for individual pieces. So we're going to do modulate. Basic curves are fine. We don't need red, green, blue. Just need alpha. Okay, so 1 second, and everything is kind of fully visible at the 1 second mark. And everything is invisible in the first frame. Okay, so we're gonna do the following. First, we will start seeing what do we start seeing first? Okay. Okay, cool. Then as we approach this layer, we start seeing the other one like this. And then the final one. Okay, not bad. Maybe we could do one more. One more would be like basically it looked like you stared right down the barrel. And by barrel I mean cow's anus. And then it decided it didn't have none of it. There we go. Yeah. Hey. Subtractive actually makes a really nice effect. Erasing a little bit of it. Okay. Splash 4. Beautiful. First keyframe. Value is 0. Okay, so this is in conjunction with the other shader. Okay, so all we have to really do talk to screen dirt animation, and then screen dirt border amount. So this is something else. Okay. Screen dirt splash amount, and then splash amount target. Okay. So here, screen dirt splash amount target 0. I guess 25 would be okay. Then we go here. Splash amount smoothly transitions to splash amount target minus screen dirt splash amount divided by 5. And then we're going to talk to the screen dirt animation and tell it to seek to screen dirt amount, splash amount. Cool. And then back here, I guess we're gonna have to do this as 2 separate operations. So we do if screen splash amount target is above 0.0, yes. And we're gonna clamp it between 0 and 1. Okay, now we do have a reset, and the reset is not currently set to the correct frames. As a matter of fact, it has way too much stuff in it. Mm-hmm. Ah, damn it. All of these elements are blocking my mouse. Okay. Now we can't really see the effect too much. Why don't I do a test? I'm gonna attach a key. I guess this will be what? Y. Y might already be attached to something. Okay. And then we go here. We need to run this function. Okay. There we go. Just for a test. Okay. It's a bit much. Actually, it doesn't even seek. It's good enough, but it doesn't show the other effects though. Oh, because we didn't set the animation type. Dirt progression. Right. So we gotta do that's cooldown. Current animation. Dirt progression. There we go. Also, there we go. Getting melee attacks is not the only way that we can get dirt on the screen. Let's go 0.1. If we do like an explosion, if we're within certain proximity of the explosion, not too close to get damaged, but also not too close to, there we go. Nice. And you can see the layers fade away over time. Yeah, so not too close to get damaged, but it's also not too far. We would get dirt splash because of the explosion. Okay. Okay, this works. The dirt's not going away, though. Huh. Oh, we're not supposed to clamp. Are we supposed to clamp? Yeah. Clamp the target. And then this is going to follow suit. Update. Right. I think we need to update update the values. If we seek the animation, it has to be told to also update all the properties. Okay, there we go. Nice. Yeah, okay. It's fairly subtle. And we can control. We can do a different function that adds a different number to the attack. I do have to consider the fact that do have to consider the fact that the sledgehammer doesn't hit as often to warrant running the function multiple times. Right? So maybe in this case, we don't even have to add to it, by the way. We can just say it's equals to 0.5, maybe? We're also missing other stuff like dust particles for the wall. The wall itself is missing. Rebar. Yeah, there you go. I think that works. Also, the blurry textures on top really helps. Really cool. Pretty badass. Nice. I think I actually also wanted to do something with the camera FOV for the impact. Let's see here. Just like a little bump. What's the FOV set to here? 70. Okay. So let's see what this will do. This might actually make it go backwards. Might have to subtract. Hmm. Doesn't really feel like anything. Okay, so that I saw. So the camera kind of zooms in. Yeah, that feels more impactful. I think the base idea is to get rid of any sort of like staticness. Static components. Cool. That works. Also, my rocks are currently falling through the ground. Nice. Oh god, this reminds me when Tim and I played the forest, doing the final confrontation, the giant fuck thing. I'm not gonna spoil it for anybody, but yeah, if you know anything about the forest, it takes forever to prepare any sort of projectile weapons. So we're just sitting there like strafing left and right, trying to avoid this thing, taking pot shots. Oh, this is what this is gonna feel like. The amount of time it takes for you to prepare the hit. Nice. This is really cool though. I have a severe lack of foliage here. Oh, right. That's because this is an opening. Hey, there we go. This is a weird, really weird location. think in order to communicate that these things used to be underground, just by having a really thick... The ceiling's got to be made out of thick pieces of concrete. And then have, like, pipes and wires and rebar sticking out of it. Same thing here. As a matter of fact, maybe we can prep, like, a generic kit of rebar and drop it around here. Man, I kind of wish they just implemented the frickin' LOD system in Godot 3. I can't stop complaining about it. It's... When I inquired it, Juan specifically said that they don't know how to handle it for multi-camera use. So don't do it for multi-camera use. Give us something, motherfucker. Goddamn. I'm thinking like, okay, I gotta populate bushes here. I gotta populate foliage, you know, rocks, boulders, rotted out trees. All that stuff's gonna need LOD. What, am I supposed to use the LOD node? There's no way in hell this GD script written node is gonna be as performant as, you know, C++ built-in system. And, you know, not everybody can just, like, take their project and migrate it to Godot 4. I might have to. Just because. But it's like, damn. When they move on to Godot 5, are they going to be like, oh, you know, migrate to Godot 5 if you want to... Cool. Alright. I bitch too much. Nah, you know what? Fuck it. I think I deserve to bitch bitch a little bit. I think I made enough progress for today to warrant one bitch token. There you go. It's a bitch pass. I can bitch around about one thing. There you go. This might be kind of fun. Okay. Interesting. Zoltan, good day. Welcome. Okay. That works. I guess there would be a whole bunch of tilted locations, eh? Okay. Cool. Is there anything that I can actually check off the list? Let's see.
All right.
Oh,
So you've seen the
hush.
unboxing.
I've seen the unboxing. Shut up. I've already watched it. What are you doing? Okay. So... delete map. Yeah, so we literally did nothing that is on the list. But we did a bunch of cool stuff. That would be good. Okay. Leaked your hentai folder bookmark rip. Just one? Seems like you weren't looking close enough. What are you up to? I am up to no good. Trying to make some base gameplay mechanics. Okay, so this whole thing was really detracted because I decided to put in the sledgehammer. Now that the sledgehammer's in, we've got to go back on the rails. Get back on track. Yay. Yeah, I think this location might be an interesting one to explore. Super cool indeed. So, we're gonna be binding these sledgehammers in pre-existing locations. And then the makeshift one we can put together out of some pipes and Binding of Isaac. This should work, right? Nice. Perfect. Whew. Okay. What are we looking at time-wise? Tomorrow's Sublunaris time. You know what? I'm going to end the episode here. Okay. So, something that I realized for Sublunaris, if we have VR, but it's only headset VR, like camera VR, looking around, it's cool and all, but I feel like since we're doing VR, we might as well give also an option for like full VR. So if you don't have flight sticks, okay, you have VR controllers, play with VR controllers. So that kind of got me on the whole downward spiral of thinking, okay, how can we make a control system, an item system that works in VR and in flight sticks and with just regular keyboard and mouse. And then I realized that technically, since my inventory, first of all, is just like a single place in the player, I could just create multiple types of inventory slots. So one is VR, one is standard, and if you're playing in VR and you're using VR controllers, you could quite literally have like a series of hotbar slots at the front with a bunch of items sticking out of it, and then you can literally just reach your hand and pick up one of the items for a hotbar slot, and then just there you go. You now can you have that item as a VR. Let's say it's like a mining drill or mining laser or whatever. So you do it in VR, but if you do it with flight controllers, the hotbar doesn't show up. Instead, you have a different hotbar, and when you select which hotbar you're equipping, that's when it like equips to the side of your jetpack. And handling it like that might be good practice for Automicon, because I want to make Automicon have VR. It wouldn't be like a VR exclusive, but I wanted to have like a VR mechanics design at the core of of its features, so that it's not tacked on like some, intern fan project like what happened in Bethesda, but it's like the mechanics are designed to be VR friendly. So that is going to be definitely helpful. Okay. Got stuff loading up here. Cool. All right. I think I gotta take a break, because we've been doing this for like 5 hours at this point, more or less. And I'm just gonna end the stream here, and maybe come back later on. I gotta recharge. I've expanded my creative capacity for for today, or at least for the time being, on all the sledgehammer stuff, which is pretty good. It works. It works pretty well. We got a post-processing effect. We got the full-on sledgehammer, not just the peasant variation. We got the animations in for that. It can damage stuff. That should be good. You have a question. I have an answer. Maybe, hopefully. What's up? Have you heard about the bird? Something is loading. Ah, well, that explains it. How do you see my var update in Godot edit in real time? I think it's just... Well, it's not in real time. You have to pause the application in order for it to update it. But then you could go to like remote in the editor, and then you can click on whatever object you want to look at, like player. And then you can see all the variables here. Actually, yeah, you do see update. Look at that. Grab delay time. Yeah, input movement. Although it does take some heavy lifting to update in real time. If you're talking about detecting, then you do set get, but that only works if an external script changes it. It doesn't detect its own changes. How do we set get? Well, it's like var set get. Let's see. Yeah, have a variable, set get, and then the function name, which is going to be looking for, looking at this variable and seeing if it has been set. And then this function, you need to give it a parameter to accept the new value, and then you can do whatever you want with this value. Don't forget to actually push that value into the whatever variable it's being set. This is, by the way, the array modifier. That's not mine. God race. Spin slider. Yeah, there we go. That's also not mine. It's way too clean for my code. Tree cluster. Hey, there we go. Set get function to do the detection. Make sure that you accept the value and then push it into the variable. And that's it. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna wrap it up. I gotta take a break.